delight. There was dancing. Everybody here is out of sight.
Good morning for those of you just joining us. We're going to be getting underway here in just a little bit. The audio from the announcer is muted right now due to they were playing copyrighted music, and not sure if they're completed yet, but we will be turning up the mics here just shortly from the announcer and the ambient boat sound. It is threatening rain down here today. We're hoping not. It's very windy as well, so you may hear wind noise on the microphone. This is very challenging conditions to be streaming a race in, but we're going to do our best to bring it to you. We appreciate you for joining us, and just stand by and we'll bring you the best live stream we possibly can given the circumstances. Thank you for joining us today from the Ontario Speedway in Ontario, Oregon. We're trying to get all this stuff figured out in the threat of rain here. We're up on the lift. Everything is set up for each race, so it is quite a challenge. We hope you appreciate it on your end. It definitely won't be perfect because things are live. And we are also dealing with Starlink internet, which is very up and down on the speeds so we can send out at. So as I'm speaking right now, we're only at 1.2 megabytes per second, which is about half of what I like to send at. But it'll vary throughout the day. Picture quality may go up and down. Same with the audio quality. We've got high winds on our ambient mics, and then there's going to be rain. So we're doing the best we can here, folks. At least you can enjoy it from the comfort of your home and not be out here in this high wind and potential rain and thunderstorms. So we thank you for joining in. We'll be turning up the ambient mics and the announcer feed once he stops playing music here. Looks like we're after 10 o'clock already, so we're overdue to have a boat run. But thanks again, and somebody made a comment, thanks for blowing my speakers out. Sorry about that. We're just getting the audio levels where they need to be, and they haven't even started speaking out of the announcer yet. So if we turned it up now, we'd get a copyright strike due to YouTube and Facebook rules on music. So it's just one of those challenges we have to work through. But thanks again for joining us.
Boys and girls, and welcome to Ontario Speedway for the fourth and final event of the 2023 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing STIHL Pro Racing Series. We are thrilled to have you with us this weekend as our race teams compete for the last time this season and battle it out for the checkered flag. Before we get started, however, please let's take a moment to honor our great nation. Please stand with us and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem.
And we're going to turn it down for this too, because believe it or not, we got a copyright strike last time for playing the national anthem. Don't know why, but such is life.
Our race classes featured this weekend in order of power, including our modified class, 400 class, and the unlimited class. Today's festivities will consist of 4 qualifying rounds as our racers and navigators work to learn the course and fine-tune their timing, hoping to qualify for tomorrow's elimination rounds. As you can see, taking a look at the course you see today, it's not like a regular old lake or pond or ocean or anything like that these boats are racing on. These tracks are specifically dug out ahead of time in our different areas around the country, and they are modeled with different rotations for each race. So each track has 3 different rotations to choose from, and our drivers and navigators, they don't learn until the night before the race where they're going to be racing, what kind of an order they're going to be going in. So if you have a chance to check out the Ontario Speedway website or follow Ontario Speedway on Facebook, you can see that today's race will consist of the number 3 rotation. So what happens is these race teams, they pull into town, they get their rotation sheets, and they've got about 24 hours to memorize this track and make sure that they follow it in the correct order, because if they do not, then they will get what's called a DNF. So what a DNF is a did not finish. These racers and navigators have to be perfectly on time with their navigation, make sure that they find their way through their channels correctly, and they want to beat the clock over and over and over again as they try to make their way into the elimination rounds. So again, 24 hours to learn the course. The course, if you want to follow along on our Facebook page or at the Ontario Speedway website, will be rotation number 3. Today, our drivers, you'll notice they might start off a little bit slow while they're kind of feeling things out. You've got our driver on the left side, navigator on the right. Navigator is directing the driver. You'll see their left hand pointing left, right, straight to help them find their way around the course. And they just want to kind of iron things out at first, so you'll notice throughout the day, these boats get faster and faster and faster. You'll also notice our classes get faster and faster and faster. As they go in power, the power begins to build more and more from our modified class, 400 class, and unlimited class. So, without further ado, sounds like we're about ready to kick things off down at the boat launch. We're going to be getting rolling here in just one moment with our modified class. Today we're going to have 9 different participants in the modified class, and that will be getting underway shortly. Also, we want to thank our vendors that are here with us today. As the hunger starts to hit you throughout the afternoon, you'll notice we've got our vendors conveniently located around for you, serving up hot food and drinks, also some cool and refreshing adult beverages. And don't forget, especially right now, if you're a little chilly, feel free to check out our race team's cool vending spots as well. They have all sorts of swag for you, hoodies, hats, gloves, all that good stuff. And then when it gets warmer, there's also tank tops and t-shirts and all that good stuff, bumper stickers. So be sure to check that all out. Anyway, I think that's enough talking from me to get things going. How about you guys? You ready for some racing this morning? All right, so down here at the boat launch, we'll be kicking things off with the 03A boat. This is Full Tilt Racing's Selden Glebe and Jonathan Fulton. This will be Jonathan's first time riding as a navigator with Selden. An exciting opportunity for him. Selden and Jonathan have actually been working to make this happen for several years, and this is the first time that they've actually been able to collaborate and make this work. So Jonathan excited to finally be able to get in the boat with Selden. This has been a long time coming for these two. Selden, a seasoned racer in the ASBR Pro Racing Series, so excited to have Jonathan at his side today. You'll also notice as you look around the track, the people out there in the green, those are our island hoppers. Their job is safety for the racers, the navigators, and for you. They are strategically positioned so they have a 360-degree view of the racers at all times, because these boats get rolling pretty quick, and if they jump onto those banks, if they hit them just right, there has been situations where these boats do find their way into the fence. So please keep a safe distance from the fence. We know you want to be close to get a good close-up view, but these are some high-powered, high-octane machines, so Just stay vigilant throughout the day. Announcers ready. Looks like they're getting things all ready to roll down at the boat launch. Thumbs up are going. And the O3A boat working on getting fired up. All right, folks, and Full Tilt is now in the water. They will idle their way up to the starting line. Selden and Jonathan just checking their restraints, making sure they're all good to go. Our flagger looking on. The green flag is up. And we are underway at Ontario Speedway. And that is a clean run to kick things off here in Ontario for Full Tilt Racing. Official time coming in at 62.035, 62.035 for Selden and Jonathan. Fear Not Racing in the water now. This is the boat 623, the number, Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. As they get ready to make their first run of the day, the green flag is up. And Clint and Terry are off and rolling. The Fear Not boat, sponsored by Praise Alua, Monty's Racing Engines, Next Level Composites, Imagine Graphics, and Jeff Halstead Photography. Clint and Terry have been having a very strong season again this year. In 2022, they were the ASB Pro Racing Series champions. And they're hoping to repeat here in 2023 with a strong showing this weekend. it's a good start to the day for them as it's going to be a clean run. And it's under a minute for the Fear Not team, 59.495, the official time there. As you look around the track, folks, along the top of the fence line there, you can see our timers. You can follow around and watch as these racers continue to trim time off throughout the day. And then there's also checks and balances in place to make sure that those times are put in correctly. We've got an official timer that has their own timing mechanism as well, a secondary timer helping out. So occasionally, if there's a hiccup with one of the clocks, you may hear the official time coming out differently than what you see, but usually they're pretty spot on. Bad idea on the water now. This is Levi Lathrop and Matt Lynch in the 509B boat. Green flag is up. And they're off and going. And that's going to be a clean run for Levi and Matt to start things off this morning. .699, the official time there. So some solid runs to start the day. Right around the 1 minute mark for our first handful of racers. And not only will our racers be battling each other this weekend, they'll be battling the elements as well. You can see that water really already rippling around. And with the G-force that these boats are traveling at, that's going to cause them to knife a bit easier, which is when they're starting to kind of move left and right, up and down a bit. And with how fast these boats are going, that can make a big difference on if they're going to be able to stay on track. In the water now, this is Jolly Rogers Racing in the 208 boat. The green flag is up. And they're off and rolling. This is TJ Burrows with his navigator Keith Brownsberger. And that, folks, is going to be our first DNF of the day. So again, a DNF, that stands for did not finish. Ways that can happen is if a wrong turn is taken, that will immediately be a DNF. Or if a boat ends up on the land or breaks down, not able to complete the run, a DNF. Not to fear, though, as the 208 boat's going to have 3 more chances today to have themselves a clean run. We've got boat 86 in the water now. This is Juggernaut Racing, Jason and Samantha Christ. They took home the checkered flag here at Ontario in the last event in the Ontario Speedway during the second event of the season. Hoping to repeat today. And they're off. Jason and Sam, the husband-wife duo, have been married since 2016. And a tough start as it's going to be a DNF for Juggernaut. But again, they've had lots of success at this track, so look for them to get back on track in their next round of qualifiers. Thank you, Randy. I'll be all right. I got this. This one's got a good, brakes pretty good. All right, so a few clean runs to start off the morning, but a couple of DNFs here. A quick break in the action as our next set of racers gets ready to roll out. And folks, we were just mentioning that our racers are going to be battling the elements a little bit this weekend. Of course, we understand that you are as well, and we want to make sure you have the best experience possible. So to add to that experience, we actually do still have a handful of VIP tickets left available. For just $120, you're going to get yourself free lunch, 2 drink passes, prime private seating, a private bar, 1 pit pass, VIP parking, and snacks. So keep an eye out for track officials to take advantage of the VIP offers. And speaking of the volunteers that are helping around this track, we'd like to go ahead and thank the volunteers from Horseshoe Bend and Port Angeles who traveled far to make this place a success. So thank you so much for helping us out this weekend. Revving up down at the boat launch is the Slippery Pickle boat. They'll be coming out in just a moment. As the wind continues to wreak a little havoc on the track this morning. Some timing mechanisms having the kinks being worked out. And those of you watching online, you can probably see it with the ripples in the water, but it is a chilly morning here in Ontario. Definitely the most challenging weather of the season so far for our race teams. Temperatures in the 50s with a biting chill here in Ontario. Hoping the sun breaks through here soon and should work our way into the 60s and hopefully have this wind calm down a little bit as we make our way into the afternoon. This is boat 611, Slippery Pickle, Jesse Denton, and Terry Lamb. As we get ready to resume our first round of qualifiers. And here they go. Get some issues right out of the gate, and it's going to be a DNF. A good opportunity, though, to go ahead and pull out your smartphone, zoom in there, and get a nice shot of that fine-looking boat. Our island hoppers also getting their first exercise of the day, and if anybody missed their coffee this morning, they're definitely waking up right now. This is when you don't envy their job. Earlier this summer, probably a pretty refreshing position to have when our boats would need some assistance, but I cannot imagine that is very comfortable for those guys, especially when you hit about that waist deep mark in that water. The slippery pickle boat not quite living up to its name right now, as they're really trying to get it pulled off that island. Let's give our island hoppers a little bit of love, folks. Cheer them on so they can get that boat back in the water. You can do it, guys. Looks like they're sinking into that island. Burr. Looks like they've got them just about back in there. We'll see if the slippery pickle is able to get up and running again. We heard that pop when they went right out of the gate there, losing power. And while our island hoppers are assisting out there, we want to give a quick shout out to a few of our vendors. Ontario School District has a fundraising booth here selling candy and drinks, so watch for them in the crowd fundraising to support your local Ontario School District. Also, if you need your coffee, folks, if you need to warm up a bit, be sure to check out the Lazy S Coffee Company trailer. They'll be happy to help you get warmed up this morning. We also want to recognize Propolis, a local small-town brand that represents any water jet-powered enthusiast. Also, Curb Appetite is back by popular demand, a local food vendor serving breakfast and lunch both days here at the track. And it's a little chilly right now, but we do have some awesome desserts on site, so be sure to check out the ice cream trailer on site as well. So, do your own little form of extreme sports. Might be a little chilly. Do your own version of the ice bucket challenge by trying some ice cream this morning. So we had three clean runs to start off this morning, but then 3 DNFs as the wind continues to pick up. Really gusting this morning here in Ontario. Out next, we're going to have full tilt racing once again. You'll notice this time, though, instead of O3A, this is O3B. What does that mean? Well, sometimes you'll have an A team and a B team in a boat. When our race teams have multiple drivers and navigators and they switch into a different combo to race. So now we're going to see the mother-daughter team, the first mother-daughter team in ASBR Pro Racing history. This is Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor. I had a chance to sit down with Scarlett at the last race in Port Angeles and talk to her about this experience, and she's absolutely thrilled to have her daughter with her. And the green flag is up. And the mother-daughter team is off and rolling. And it's going to be a DNF for the 03B boat. So the next boat out is going to be the number 71 boat, Nut Deep, Jay Correa and Gina Dell. They're going to try and break this streak of DNFs. Again, that's 4 DNFs in a row right after a solid start that saw 3 clean runs to kick things off. It's just hard to grab through everything is all. But I do appreciate it. I put them in the bag so they don't blow away. Nut Deep ready to go. Jay and Dina make their way up to the starting line. The green flag is up and here they go. We'll see after this string of DNFs to start results in our racers taking it a little slow here early on just to get that rotation down. Again, a DNF though. And as we were saying before, this is the first time that these boats are making this rotation this season. So not only are they taking this track route for the first time, but also again battling this wind. If you've ever been out boating on a windy day like this, you know how tough it is just on your own personal boat out in the water. Imagine trying to race one of these little guys at these speeds through these small channels and keep yourself on track. So definitely not as easy as it looks. And when it comes to navigating these courses, our navigators, again, they use that left hand to direct the driver just because the sheer sounds of these boats, there's no way they can yell back and forth to each other way too loud. So we're going to move on to the 400 class now, as some issues for the final boat that was scheduled to go out for the modifieds. The final boat was Checkmate. They were having trouble getting started, so they're going to try to get things rolling in qualifier round 2. Now here in the 400s, we get going. And it's another DNF to start off here in the 400s. That's the number 12 boat bank shot, so Daryl Healy and Andy Ostrom will look to right the ship in the second qualifier. So the 400 class, a little bit higher octane boat than the modifieds. And now out is going to be straight sideways. This is Dan Hatch and Wendy Wright in the number 44 boat. Dan is the owner-operator of Pelican Fueling from Pasco, Washington. And also hailing from Pasco is Wendy, the principal at Edwin Markham. The green flag is up. And here they go. And another DNF. So certainly learning the rotation definitely does have a part to play for these racers the first one or two times around, but again, it's that wind, folks, is just really making this tough to start things off this morning. These guys will get it down though, they're professionals. But this morning's weather, certainly the namesake of that last boat, this wind straight sideways. Some more technical difficulties being worked out. The person who makes sure that these boaters are following the track correctly, they're called, fittingly, the spotter. And you'll notice the spotter was sitting on that big blue lift earlier, trying to get that piece of machinery stabilized in this wind. So they're gonna get that ironed out here. Again, some unprecedented weather this season, for sure. Last time we were in Ontario, it was a 180 from today. We were sitting under about triple-digit temperatures. A little gusty, but definitely not this. But if these teams didn't have to put up with these conditions, it wouldn't be called extreme sports, would it? Ontario Speedway wants to thank KDM Enterprise Dirtwork Company, also the co-owner of Ontario Speedway, This young man, Dusty McReynolds, built this track with some help from family and friends, working hours into the morning for days on end. So thank you so much, Dusty. All right, looks like we're ready to roll again. This is the Hooligan coming out now. Boat number 711, Jesse Hart, Michelle Hart, and they are off. And there we go, it's a clean run. So back on track here in Ontario. .127 the official time there. 61.127 for Jesse and Michelle. So another thing to think about, folks, we were talking just a little bit ago about when you're out in your own boat dealing with windy conditions, just how hard it is to control. Last night I was talking to one of our racers, Clint Birch of Fear Not Racing, and he was explaining to me with the weight of the boats and the G's in which they travel at, just how much that affects them. So to put it in perspective, let's say you've got about a 1,400 pound boat. When you're traveling at just 2 G's, that's gonna double the weight of your boat. And as you move up, it's just gonna keep on going. And these boats, as they reach speeds of 6 to 8 G's, that's saying if you have a 1,400 pound boat, when you're traveling at just 6 G's, that's gonna make your boat almost 8,500 pounds. So you have to imagine dealing with this wind, traveling at a speed of 6 G's, and then trying to stay on track at an 8,500 pound boat when you're making these turns. That explains to you why this is so difficult this morning for these racers. So all our teams definitely hoping that the wind isn't going to want to battle them so bad on this Saturday qualifying rounds.
I'm going to talk to Dusty. You need to have a building that you're inside of.
Yeah, for next year it'll be really nice. Trying to pump it. It's a lot easier. Preventing insanity in the water now. This is Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer in the 27 boat. A very unique boat here for a very unique racer. This boat is all powered by hand by Leighton. Leighton lost the use of his legs in an accident several years back, but not wanting to step away from the extreme sports he loves, persevering on, customizing the boat that he can use. And he has put together quite the career in the ASB Pro Racing Series. So again, all hand controls here for Leighton. is going to be a clean run for Late Lily and Cody Holzer in the Preventing Insanity boat. .397. That's our best time of the day so far, by far, by nearly 10 seconds. Psycho racing in the water now. This is Cole Patrick, your driver. Theron Weaver, his navigator. In the 151 boat, the orange and black. Cole and Theron ready to go. The green flag is up. And the 151 boat is off for their first qualifier. It's going to be a DNF. Lots of twists and turns on this number 3 rotation, so you can see Cole and Theron not really putting it all out there, trying to just get that track down on the first one, but still, it's a tricky one. And you can see how the wind is already affecting the track as well. Lots of damage so far already along our banks where our boats are catching the corners there, so they're starting to kind of chip those away a bit. Our next boat out in the 400 class, our rookie racing team. This boat, Nuckin Futz. Brad Castle, our driver, he's a retired firefighter. And Brad talked to me yesterday, and a close friend of the 85 boat team passed away recently, so he wanted to let me know that the Nuckin Futz team is racing this weekend in memory of teammate Chief Toby Combs, who passed away this week unexpectedly. Toby was a huge sprint boat fan and super excited when they bought the boat. He was going to be at his first sprint boat race this weekend, so Brad dedicating his runs this weekend to Chief Toby Combs. Toby will surely be missed as he touched many lives in his career in fire and EMS. He was also a mentor, a brother, friend to Brad. Inspired Brad to become a firefighter. So racing for his friend Toby today, he says that he will certainly be missed. And it's going to be a clean run for Brad and Dakota. .748, 64.748. So with the clean run, you've got to think Toby's pleased as he looks down on his friends. of the Nuck and Futz team. The 360 boat in the water now. This is Jolly Rogers Racing. Jolly Rogers, a big part of ASBR. They've got several boats in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. This team is Chris and Jen Farmer. From Arlington, Washington. Chris is a first-year driver this year and having a good season so far. The green flag is up and he's off. For the first-year driver. .527, the official time there for the Jolly Rogers Racing team. So a solid run. And this is pretty typical of what you'll see in those first couple rounds of qualifiers from what we've seen at this track this season. Again, this is the fourth event of the season, second race here in Ontario. At the previous Ontario race, the first couple qualifiers were right around that 1 minute mark, 70-second mark, and by the end of our second day, you'll see these guys more in the 40-45-second range. So these guys just get better and better as they learn these courses. Of course, this is a totally different rotation than any of these racers saw last time, so. And from up here, looks to be a bit more challenging. Lots more loop-de-loops. This is River Rogers and Brian Rogers, the Peter and Sandy boat, 285. River, one of the youngest racers in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. And it's going to be a clean run. .58.158, 58.158, the official time there.
And while Cletus McFarland is not here this weekend, I am told that that orange boat you just saw is Cletus McFarland's boat. It's just been rewrapped temporarily for use by the Rogers Racing team.
Son father with son Matt driving, father Vaughn navigating, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. They usually have two boats that they race. This one in the 400 class, another one in the Unlimiteds. However, some issues with the unlimited boat, Vaughn told me this morning, so they're just racing in the 400s today. Looking for some success here in Ontario. Matt and Vaughn from Port Angeles, Washington. And it's going to be DNF for live wire to start off the morning. So just about done with our 400 class here. Just a couple more boats in the first round. In the water now, this is boat 156, Bad Influence, Stephen and Randy Church. Stephen and Randy, very passionate racers. Make sure to check out their Bad Influence YouTube channel. They love to post video from inside the boat so you can see what it's like to ride along with this duo. It's going to be DNF, able to keep themselves upright. And they cut a chunk out of the beach right there as well. Our island hopper is rushing over to help Stephen and Randy get back in the water. So our island hopper's rocking the boat a little bit. Trying to get that guy back out into the water. And so these island hoppers, they come from all walks of life. They're in today's workforce in our local communities, serving, protecting, and working hard, ranging in occupations from firefighters to police officers, hospital workers, teachers, and local business owners. And after their long and sometimes gruesome work week, they come out here and they stand on their feet for 8 hours during the summer and during the heat of the sun here in the fall. These chilly conditions to keep our racers safe. They're constantly on guard. They're ready to jump and help any racer in need that gets flipped, submerged, or beached, and those all do happen. So not only are they here to keep the racers safe, but they also like to put on a good show for the fans as well. So we want to thank them, as we could not do it without them. So they've got the bad influence boat back in the water now. They're going to see if they can't get that boat up and running to get them safely back to shore. So after our island hoppers are able to break the bad influence boat free of the shore there, we would like to thank Jailbreak Bail Bonds out of Boise, Idaho for their sponsorship. When you need a friend in the business, call Jailbreak Bail Bonds. We also want to thank Fabco Welding out of Horseshoe Bend, Idaho, and Anthony Insurance Group out of Boise, Idaho as well for their sponsorship. And also, if you just recently joined us and you're feeling that nip, don't forget we do have our coffee trailer by Lazy S Coffee over in the vendor area, so be sure to warm up with some coffee. Or if you'd like an adult beverage, be sure to visit our beer gardens as well. Lots of stuff on site here to give you some happy on this cold morning. So just one more boat here in the 400 class. This is boat 68, the Steeman Kiwi, Rudy Schuler and Sherry Gullidge. Rudy from Liberty Lake, Washington. And a loss of power here, so we're going to see what happened there with the 68 boat, if they're able to get up and rolling here. So loss of power there for the 68 boat, so they'll try to iron things out. What'll happen when a boat's not able to get started right away in the allotted time that they have for their standard start time, they go on what's called a clock, a 5-minute clock, to try and get things up and rolling. As long as they can get their boat up and going within that 5-minute clock, they can go ahead and still do their run. If they don't have their boat prepared within that 5 minutes, they will get what's called a DNS, a did not start, and they will not be eligible to run in that particular qualifying round. So the 5-minute clock running right now for the 68 boat, that's the Steeman Kiwi boat. So Rudy and Sherry will look to get whatever issue is going on with their boat resolved so they can still run in this first round of qualifiers. A light drizzle just starting to sprinkle in here in Ontario. Hopefully nothing too harsh, as that would add just one more wrinkle to the elements for our race teams. Rudy and Sherry down in the launch, checking out their boat. They've got it back up on the ramp now. Trying to see what exactly went wrong there with that loss of power earlier. And as they look to resolve that issue, the next class coming out is going to be the unlimited boats. The Steam and Kiwi boat looks like they're headed back to their pits to figure out what's going on with that boat. So we're going to go ahead and move on into the unlimited class now. This boat now coming out is the 39M boat, Jolly Rogers Racing, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. That M stands for methanol. So these boats run on methanol, very hot burning fuel. So, a warning of just how powerful these boats are. With a clean run there, a solid one at that. So a good start in the Unlimited series there, under 53 seconds. .37 for the official time coming down.
Apologies if I did. I just oh, so it's River Rogers, but not Ryan. Okay. Okay. I'll double check and make sure I get in there. Thanks for letting me know.
So a clean run to kick things off in the Unlimited class. So Bootlegger Racing in the water now. This is boat number 33. Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. A very clean looking boat. The black and orange. The green flag is up. Here they go. Jumping out of the gate there. And it's going to be a DNF. So So Ron and Josh coming out hot there. A little too hot though. Not able to stay in the rotation. It's going to be DNF there for the 33M boat. So just about done with our first round of qualifiers here. We're not showing any signs of letting up quite yet. And you know that our different classes of racers and navigators are definitely learning how to handle this rotation. So we'll see some adjustments certainly as we move into our second round of qualifiers shortly here. But still a few boats remaining here in the unlimited class. So our next boat in the water sounds like there's some issues with getting the restraints adjusted, so we'll be back underway here in just a second. All right, looks like they're up and rolling. We're gonna get going here again in just a moment here. All right, boat 99M in the water now. Tim Cummings and Mike Kurtzy for TNT Racing. The green flag is up. And here they go. And it's going to be a DNF. So a DNF for Tim and Mike here in the unlimited class. Just a half dozen or so more boats remaining here in the first round. Boat 36 in the water now. This is the Bad Habit boat, Scott and Jalen Rapp. And here they go. So Scott and Jalen coming hot out of the gate there. And it's going to be a DNF. Again, the unlimited boats have the most power. We've seen a couple of them come out really hot. It seems like when they're gunning it here on this first qualifier, it's resulting in a pretty quick DNF. So we'll see what sort of adjustments are made as we head towards the second round. Psycho Racing making their way into the water now. A couple of boats for the Psycho Racing team that we're seeing today. This is their unlimited boat, of course, the 151M boat. Kyle Patrick, the driver. Chris Bowman, his navigator. And fans, if you'd like to check out where we're at in the standings and previous race results, you can always do so by checking out asbracing.com. There you can learn about the different race teams, where they're at in the standings, our points leaders. Again, this is our final race of the season, so everybody's going to be putting in maximum effort this weekend. Also, be sure to join us tomorrow for our final qualifiers and our elimination rounds. We'll have special guests in the house tomorrow. Mav TV will actually be on site tomorrow, filming the festivities. All right, Chris navigating Kyle towards the starting line. Our flagger looking on. The green flag is up. And here they go. it's going to be a clean run for Psycho Racing's Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. .756, the official time there for that unlimited boat. So out of our unlimited so far, we've had 3 DNFs and 2 clean runs, both clean runs between that 52 and 53 second mark. So with the more power in the boat, you see definitely quicker times. As our other boats that have had clean runs today were more around that 1 minute mark. In the water now is the 6-time unlimited national champ. This is Dan Morrison of Port Angeles, Washington. Sammy Gustafson, his navigator in the Wicked Racing number 10 boat. And here they go. And that's going to be a clean run. .752, the official time coming in for the Wicked Racing team. Now in the water is the 35 boat. This is Chris and Katie Monroe of the Kiwi Racing team. The green flag is up. And the silver and black. DNF for the 35 boat. Our island hoppers heading over to get a little more work in. And you'll know that by the time they get to break, they're probably going to want to go visit the Lazy S Coffee Co. trailer. So if you haven't already, be sure to check them out for hot coffee at the Lazy S Coffee Co. trailer. We also have got the hot dog stand down there. Curb Appetites back by popular demand. Ice cream trailer on site today. And also Propolis, a local small town brand that represents any water jet powered enthusiast. ASBR also wants to thank STIHL for their sponsorship for the 2023 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL, and VP Fuels, VP Racing Fuels. We appreciate your sponsorship as well. And thanking our sponsors here at Ontario Speedway. We'd like to thank our volunteers from Horseshoe Bend and Port Angeles traveling to make this place a success. Also, KDM Enterprises, the Dirt Work Company, also the co-owner of Ontario Speedway. Dusty McReynolds built this track with some help from family and friends. Also, D&D Socials Company marketed this event with her small, local, and new social media marketing company. Jet Speed Ltd, another sponsor for Ontario Speedway, the metal fabricator. So the Kiwi boat back in the water now. They'll go ahead and get them to shore, and we'll be back underway with just 2 boats remaining in the unlimited class. Wind's starting to die down just a little bit, so hopefully it stays that way. And so fans, the Ontario Speedway, the newest track here in the ASBR Pro Racing Series, you'll notice the 6 islands out there. That is by design. The way that all of our tracks are set up, they're 3-foot deep channels, 20 feet wide, filled with water. They wrap throughout these 6 small islands, so it's a 13-turn rotation for each track rotation that's set up. Again, each track has 3 rotations. And our teams, of course, do not learn about these until just a day or 2 before each race. So this is the first time that these racers and navigators have gone through this rotation here at Ontario. And sprint boat racing, though new to the United States, actually has a history dating back about 50 years, born in New Zealand. The mission of the American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL is to bring a world-class level of sprint boat racing across the US and beyond, while partnering with businesses and communities to build economic growth and excitement unseen in motorsports. So we are very thankful for the opportunity to be with you today and hope you enjoy the show this weekend. And we definitely hope that the weather cooperates with us more throughout the weekend as well.
Yeah, thanks for joining us today, folks. We're fighting a number of different battles here. Part of it is the weather, and part of it is we're using satellite Starlink internet, and the quality is just all over the place. Right now, we're getting about 1,200 kilobits per second, which is about half of what it's set for as maximum. So the quality is going to be blurry at times, and we apologize for that. But we went for stability over quality, and hopefully we'll get that resolved for next race here, and it's already fixed in Port Angeles. So thanks for joining us.
Not just the racers and drivers and navigators, but whole families involved throughout the crew. All right, so after that last DNF, we've got our next racing team in the water. It's another one of the Jolly Rogers racing boats. This is boat 556. Dustin Springer, your driver. Don Davis, your navigator. They are ready to go. The green flag is up, and the Jolly Rogers hits the seas. And boat 556 with a clean run. .789, the official time there, 60.789. And just one boat left here in our first round of qualifiers. So this is boat 66M in the water now. TNT Racing's Dylan Cummings and Mike Kurtzy. In their yellow and black unlimited boat, and they are off. So that's going to conclude the first round of qualifiers. We're going to do another round of qualifiers before a short break. And we should definitely see some adjustments here as we make it into qualifying round two. Again, that was the first chance to check out this rotation for our race teams. Definitely some early morning issues between the elements, also just the rotation itself, having lots of sharp turns in there. So we'll certainly see some adjustments. Maybe some drivers that are more comfortable with the track now that may speed up a bit. Maybe some drivers and navigators that want to get this rotation down a little bit that might take it a little bit slower, looking for a clean run. Here's the full tilt boat to kick things off in the second round, the 03A boat. And they're off and going. This is Sullivan and Jonathan. This partnership a long time in the making. John finally able to get in the boat with Selden after many years of planning to make this work, so they're excited to get to race together this weekend, coming off of a clean run in the first round of qualifiers. They ran Just over 62 seconds to kick things off this morning. Hoping to improve upon that here in the second round. Off to a good start so far. Had a chance to meet John last night. He's very excited to be here. John, a former Marine, and also John's got 11 siblings. And not just does John have 11 children, he has got a clean run there with Seldrin of 63.215. So back-to-back clean runs by Full Tilt Racing, so a great start to the weekend for them. Not letting the weather affect them at all. Here's the Bad Idea boat out now. This is boat 509B. Levi Lathrop and Matt Lynch. Levi and Matt also had a clean run in the first round. One of just 3 modified boats that had clean runs in the first round. Hoping to keep that up. Unfortunately, though, this one is going to happen, and they knew it. So boat 623 in the water now. This is Fear Not Racing's Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. They had a clean run in the first round, just about 59.5 seconds. Clint and Terry having a great 2023 season, hoping to cap it off this weekend. With a solid start to the weekend. .671 the official time there. 52.671. A great run there. Easily the best time of the day so far in the modified class. Boat 208 in the water now, Jolly Rogers Racing. A DNF in the first round for TJ and Keith, looking for their first clean run. Had a chance to talk things over, see if they can come out with a clean one here. And that's going to be the second DNF of the day for the 208 boat. There'll also be 2 final qualifying rounds tomorrow morning before the eliminations start. So Juggernaut Racing in the water now, the 86 boat, and they are off. Jason and Sam. They've had an awesome 2023 season to this point. That's going to be a clean run. .54.473, the official time there for Juggernaut Racing. Jason and Sam hailing from Burley, Idaho. And they've had great success at this track since its opening. Took first at Ontario last year. Took first in their class here earlier this year, so they really like this track. This is the Slippery Pickle coming out now. They found themselves beached up on the island in the first qualifier, so looking for a clean run here, but they're able to get off and running. Wasn't sure if there was going to be malfunction on there coming out of the line, but they're all right. This is Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. Going to be a DNF. So able to stay in the water this time, unfortunately. Here's Scarlett and Sophia Taylor now in full tilt. The O3B boat. Again, our mother-daughter team. They had a DNF in the first round. Hoping for better results here in the second. And here they go. This is Sophia's first time this season navigating at this track. She was not able to make it to the previous Ontario race, so hopefully was able to learn from the DNF in the first round as mom and daughter look to get a clean run here in the second round. And perhaps I jinxed them because that's going to be a DNF. So this rotation continues to present challenges for the ASB racers. And you can already see the toll that's being taken on the track itself. Lots of whittling away at the sides of these islands. You can see they're eroding around the edges, and that adds another level of toughness to the track as well, because then you get that extra sediment in the water and gunk in there that can get pulled up into the engine. So it's not getting any easier for these race teams. Just two boats remaining in the modified class here. This is Nut Deep out again, Jay Correa and Gina Dell. Boat number 71. It's going to be a DNF for Nut Deep.
Hey folks, we want to apologize for the off and on blurry video and low quality. It's just due to internet bandwidth restrictions with satellite Starlink internet. It's just very unpredictable on the speed.
Well, more than half of our race teams in the modified class in both rounds so far are DNFing, so definitely continuing to have issues. However, our boats that have had clean runs are improving on their times. The best time we've seen so far in this class, 52.671 earlier this round by Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. In the 400s now, this is Bank Shop, boat 12, Daryl Healy and Andy Austin. Coming off a DNF in the first round, hoping to qualify here in the second. That's going to be the first clean run of the day for Bank Shop. Daryl Healy and Andy Ostrom got to be happy with that run. .374, the official time for the number 12 boat. Daryl, a trapper representing Caldwell, Idaho, and Andy is navigator from Duvall, Washington, a contractor. .44 in the water now, straight sideways, Dan Hatch and Wendy Wright. Looking for their first clean run of the day. Going to be the first clean run of the day for straight sideways in the 44 boat. .349, so that's a little more like it as the second round of qualifiers beginning off a lot better than the first round for sure in the 400 class. Here's the 7-Eleven boat, the Hooligans, Jesse Hart, Michelle Hart. They had a clean run in the first round. Looking for another one here. Coming off a runoff of just over 61 seconds. And things this morning. A light sprinkle continuing to fall here in Ontario. The wind has died down a little bit. Catching the island there, but they're able to correct themselves and stay on track. boat with another clean run. Within a half second of their first run of the day, just a little bit more time on this one, 61.609. But regardless, that's 2 clean runs in the first 2 rounds of qualifiers for the Hooligans boat. So a good showing so far for Jesse and Michelle. Jesse and Michelle from just up the street in Boise. So certainly got to be happy with the travel time for this race compared to some of the other races over the years. Now we've got Preventing Insanity in the water, the 27 boat. The green flag is up. And here they go. Best time of the day so far in the 400 class, and it looks like they're going to do even better this time with a clean run. 49.257, 49.257. So after running a 51.397 in the first qualifier for the best time in the 400s, they do even better here. So a fantastic run for Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer there. Psycho racing in the water now, the 151 boat. Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver, they're looking for their first clean run of the day. And 151 looking for their first clean run of the day. Coming out hot. Pulled back a little bit there then. And that's going to be the first clean run of the day for the 151 boat. .142, the official time there for Psycho Racing. And this is what we're talking about, race fans. Again, we saw all those DNFs earlier this morning. Now just in the second round of qualifiers, we've got 5 straight clean runs in the 400 class. So step 1 for these racers and navigators is navigating the track, memorizing that track. Step 2, continue to kick up that speed and make your way into the finals. Step 3, take home the checkered flag. Here's the Nuck and Futz boat in the water now, 85s, Brad Castle and Dakota Hemlock. Brad dedicating this race to Fire Chief Toby Combs, who passed away unexpectedly last week. Very close friend of Brad's. And it's going to be a clean run. Brad Dakota's certainly happy with that run there. 60.184 is going to take 4 seconds off their previous time. And this is just Brad's second professional race in the ASBR series. So he's making a mark early on in his pro racing career. But again, racing for a little something extra this weekend. The 360 boat in the water now. Jolly Rogers, Chris and Jen Farmer. A clean run of just over 60.5 seconds as the green flag is raised. And here they go. So again, 60.5 seconds or so was their run back in the first qualifier. We'll repeat that here. The way it works with these qualifiers, fans, is all these race teams, they've got 6 chances to get their best time in here in the qualifiers, and then the top 8 race teams in each class will move on to the elimination rounds tomorrow. Be a clean run. And a huge improvement there. 52.510. So cutting 8 seconds off their previous best for the Jolly Rogers team. So the 285 boat, piloted by River Rogers, makes its way towards the green flag. And here they go! It's going to be a DNF. That boat rolls. Our Island Hoppers rushing out there to make sure that everybody is okay. Some smoke coming up from that boat. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we have roll bars on those boats. Our island hoppers checking over things with our driver and navigators, making sure everybody's okay. We're getting the thumbs up. Looks like everybody's all right, so. So our island hoppers helping the Pure Insanity boat back into the water there. Just happy to see that everybody is okay. In this sport, safety is the #1 priority, so our drivers and navigators, they're suited up in fire suits, all sorts of restraints to keep them solidly in place within their boats. Roll bars. All sorts of safety precautions, and a prime example there of why each and every one of them needs to be followed, so glad that everybody's okay there. Some jet ski assistants on their way out to help that 285 boat back in. The Rogers Racing crew certainly is going to be checking that boat over during the lunch hour to make sure it is still able to continue on today, because that was quite the hit they took right there. So 3 boats left here in the 400 class. Then we're going to do our Unlimiteds. And right after the Unlimiteds, fans, you'll get to see the drivers and navigators behind the helmets, as we'll introduce you to our drivers and navigators that represent the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Also during that time, our race teams will get a quick little lunch break to be able to check things over, make sure their boats are good to go, grab a quick bite to eat, and resume racing for the 3rd and 4th qualifier rounds this afternoon. So a reminder to race teams, again, we're a little more than halfway through the 2nd round of qualifiers, so make sure you are ready for driver introductions coming up as soon as we conclude this round of qualifiers. All right, fans, and how about a hand for the 285 boat? Pure Insanity. Glad to see everybody's okay there. Hoping they're good to go for rounds 3 and 4 this afternoon. And when we do take our lunch break after the 2nd round of qualifiers, guys, don't forget the Ontario School District has a fundraising booth. They're selling candy and drinks, so watch for them out in the Crown fundraising. Warm up with Lazy S Coffee Company. They've got a coffee trailer set up on site here. We've also got the hot dog stand. And also Propless, a local small town brand that represents any water jet powered enthusiast. And local food vendor Curb Appetite is back by popular demand. They've got breakfast and lunch both days of racing. And if you're a little hot this afternoon, feel free to cool down with the ice cream trailer on site as well.
If you guys want to see what the actual rotation is, it is posted on the ASBR Pro Racing Facebook page a couple posts back. It is also on the ASBR Pro Racing website. And as far as how many people are here today, paying spectators, due to the weather, the crowd is a little light. I would say there's less than 500 paying spectators on site right now. But it's late in the season, bad weather, so those things are going to happen.
Looks like our island hoppers have all gotten resituated for the most part. Whenever our island hoppers get to work helping these boats, racing cannot resume until they are all back in their posted positions. That's a matter of safety for everyone involved. So the O2 boat pushing off into the water now. This is Livewire Racing, sponsored by Trap Contracting Services, Cornwell Tools, Evans Automotive, Doghouse Powder Coating, Maxwell Silver Hammer, Strap Photography, and Gotta Have This. Matt Denson, a mechanic, is the driver. His dad, Von Trapp, a contractor. Matt was a navigator in the 400 class for several years before getting behind the wheel. A clean run there for the O2 Livewire boat. .180 the official time there. 67.180. .156 in the water now. Stephen and Randy Church. DNF'd in their first round, looking for their first clean run of the day. Green flag is up, and the red, white, and blue is off. It's going to be a DNF for the bad influence boat. So that's going to wrap up things in the 400 class for the second round of qualifiers here. Unlimited class, prepping themselves now down at the boat launch. Yep. So some traffic down in the pit area there as our Jeep teams and trucks and SUVs, ATVs that are all helping each other out with getting these boats moved around. Get set up for the Unlimiteds here. And we want to thank our Jeep volunteers and other drivers that are helping get these boats in the water. The 99M boat scheduled to come out first, TNT Racing, as we hear them fire up that boat. Tim Cummings and Mike Kurtzy, they had a DNF in the first round of qualifiers, so they're going to look to have a clean run here. Needing to get that boat off the trailer, they are on the 5-minute clock. So Tim and Mike making their way towards the starting line now. In that black and yellow 99, the green flag is up. And the second round of Unlimiteds is underway. And it's going to be a DNF. So Tim and Mike racing back in there. Not happy about back-to-back DNFs in their first two qualifiers. They'll get 2 more chances this afternoon to get clean runs. Reminder, race teams, driver introductions will begin immediately following this round of Unlimited qualifiers. So just a few boats remain and we will be doing driver introductions. This is the 39M boat out now, Jolly Rogers Racing's Eric Werner and Tina Huff. They had a clean run this morning of 52.374. It was the best run of the Unlimiteds this morning, so seeing if they can even improve upon that. That blue Jolly Rogers boat idles up to the flagger, and they're off. A little bit of an issue coming around that curve, but able to correct themselves and keep going. And it's going to be a clean run. And look at that time, folks. .305 through the 39M boat. And taking a look at the numbers here so far, it looks like that is not just the best run so far in the Unlimiteds, but the best run of the day. So very well done there by Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Bootlegger in the water now, the 33M boat. Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. The green flag is up. And Bootlegger hits the gas. Going to be a DNF, the second DNF of the day for Bootleggers, so they're going to look to turn things around in the second half this afternoon. The wind has died down a bit here in Ontario, but sprinkles continuing to fall. Definitely not ideal for a sport in which you're splashing around in some cold water up here in the Northwest. But these guys and gals are professionals, so they'll make it work. And this being the last race of the year, they know the points are on the line to try and be crowned champions for the 2023 ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by STIHL. 36 in the water now. This is Bad Habits Scott and Jalen Rapp coming off a DNF in the first round, hoping to turn it around right here. And another DNF. A challenging rotation to wrap up the 2023 season for sure. Lots of DNFs so far this morning. But again, this is the second of 6 qualifiers, 4 of which we'll see today, then 2 tomorrow before our elimination rounds begin. The goal during those qualifiers, make the top 8 in your class. Make the top 8, make it to the 8 cut tomorrow afternoon. Out of the 8 cut, you want to make it to the top 4. Out of the top 4, you want to make it to the top 2. And out of the top 2, you want to go home with the checkered flag. So we are still early on in this final event. However, nearly halfway through today's portion. And in the water now, Psycho Racing, Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman, they had a clean run in the first round, under 53 seconds in the 151M boat. Green flag is up. And here they go. And it's going to be a DNF. So a DNF for Cycle Racing there, but again, they do have a clean run in the first round of qualifiers, so one clean run so far today. And after lunch, they'll hope to get another one or two clean runs in. They have the second best run to this point in the Unlimiteds. In that first qualifier, they ran a 52.756. Wicked racing in the water now. Dan Morrison, Sammy Gustafson in the 10 boat. Coming off a clean run in the qualifying round one. Idling up to the starting line. The green flag is up. And the line green wicket boat is off. Dan punched it hard out of the gate here. And that's going to be a clean run, 49.962 for Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. So just two clean runs in the second round of qualifiers here in the Unlimiteds, but both very good, both under 50 seconds. The Kiwis are going to be coming out next in the 35 boat. Chris and Katie Monroe due out next. Just a couple more boats scheduled here in the Unlimiteds. Immediately following that, we will have our driver introductions for you, and then a little music break for you while our race teams convene amongst themselves and go over their game plan for the second half of the day. So the Kiwi boat in the water now, boat number 35, a DNF in the first round, looking for that first clean run of the day, idling up to that starting line. The green flag is up, and here they go. clean run, the first clean run of the day for the 35 boat. 52.133, the official time there, 52.133. So just 2 boats remain here in the second round of qualifiers. So race teams, if you haven't already, make sure you are ready to step out for driver introductions. We will do that immediately following these qualifiers. Jolly Rogers racing in the water now. Boat 556, Dustin Springer and Don Davis. They had a clean run in the first round as well, trying to beat a previous time of 60.789. And it's going to be a DNF. So 1 clean run and 1 DNF to this point in the day for the 556 boat. And just 1 more boat here in the second round of qualifiers. So TNT Racing will take their second shot at a clean run here. The 66M boat, Dylan Cummings, your driver, Mike Kurtzy, his navigator. Final run of the second round is underway. TNT Racing is going to wrap up the second round of qualifiers with a clean run, 61.990. The official time, 61.990. So that is going to conclude the first 2 rounds of qualifiers this morning. We'll do 2 more this afternoon. Definitely some learning curves with that rotation so far on the morning. Also needing to deal with the elements, so.
All right, folks, we're going to be taking the lift down here for our lunch break. Try to get warmed up a little bit. We may or may not be able to bring you the driver introduction. We don't have a very good angle on that from here. But we'll be turning down the mics over the lunch break because they'll be playing audio as well. And yeah, we'll be back for 2 more rounds qualifying after this lunch break.
And navigators. As you see over by the boat launch, all of our teams gathering ready to go. And guys, let's go ahead and start heading out. Time to introduce you fans to our 2023 ASB Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. So we're going to start things off by introducing you to our modified class drivers. Leading things off this morning, you saw boat 03A's Selden Glebe and Jonathan Fulton representing Full Tilt Racing. As the line starts to assemble. We're getting these introductions rolling fast for you guys because we know that you want to warm up a little bit. So Selden Glebe and Jonathan Fulton of Full Tilt Racing. We also have Clint Birch and Terry Lovell of Fear Not. Levi Lathrop and Matt Lynch of Bad Idea. TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger of Jolly Rogers, the 208 boat. Jason Christ and Sam Christ of Juggernaut Racing's 86 boat. In the Slippery Pickle boat, boat 611 is Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. Of course, also with Full Tilt Racing, our mother-daughter duo, Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor. With Nut Deep Racing in boat 71, Jay Correa and Gina Dell. And moving into our 400 class, in the number 12 boat, Bank Shot, Daryl Healy and Andy Ostrom. In the straight sideways boat, number 44, Dan Hatch and Wendy Wright. The Hooligans in the 711 boat, Jesse Hart and Michelle Hart. In the 27 boat, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. In the 151 boat, Psycho Racing's Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver. In the 85 boat, Nuckin Futz, Brad Castle and Dakota Hembaugh. In the 360 boat for Jolly Rogers Racing, Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer. In the 285 boat, Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Ryan Rogers. The Livewire boat, 02, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. Boat 156, Bad Influence, Stephen Church and Randy Church. And in the 68 Steeman Kiwi boat for the 400 class, Rudy Schuler and Sherry Gullidge. Now our unlimited class, TNT Racing's 99M boat, Tim Cummings and Mike Kurtzy. In the 39M boat, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Bootlegger Racing's Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds in the 33M boat. In boat 36, it's Bad Habits, Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp. In the 151M boat, it's Psycho Racing's Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. Number 10, Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. The Kiwis in the 35 boat, Chris Monroe and Katie Monroe. And in boat 556, Jolly Rogers Racing's Dustin Springer and Don Davis. And you just saw them wrap up this round of racing in the TNT Racing boat 66M, Dylan Cummings and Mike Kurtzy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 ASBR Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. How about you, fans? Are you ready for the second half of day one? All right, thank you again so much for braving these elements with us. But we're in the Northwest. Y'all know this comes with the territory, so it's all just part of the experience at the ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by STIHL. So kicking things off in the third round this afternoon, we're going to heat things back up on this chilly day with the 03A boat, Full Tilt Racing, Selden Glebe, and Jonathan Fulton. They've got 2 clean runs so far, so it's been a good day for them. I don't think there's anybody more ready to go right now than our island hoppers. I see you guys jumping around trying to stay warm and saying, come on guys, let's go. They're gonna pull your boats off the trailer into the water pretty soon. They're cold. Back to Vegas with me. Just have Valerie drive your car back, Mel, and you guys can ride down with me and fly home. All right, looks like they're just working on getting those boats lined up correctly. All right, the 03A engine is up and running. That means it's time to get some more racing underway. And fans, there's still time for you to warm up with VIP tickets. We do have a few of those left. 120 bucks gets you free lunches, 2 drink passes, prime private seating, a private bar, a pit pass, VIP parking and snacks. So be sure to take advantage of that if you are interested. An awesome deal for all that good stuff over a weekend of racing. All right, the Full Tilt boat is in the water and we are ready to resume our racing. Again, 2 clean runs for Full Tilt so far, Selden and Jonathan. Looking for a third one here to kick things off in the second half of the day. The black and red make their way towards the starting line. The flagger raises that green flag. And round 3 is underway. And that is going to be a DNF. excited to start things off here in the third round. Unfortunately, a little too excited as it's going to be a DNF for Full Tilt. But again, they are one of our few race teams so far today that does have 2 clean runs. So they'll be ready to go in the 4th round. Fear Not Racing getting ready to come out. Some conversations going on at their Jeep before they unload. It looks like it's not going to get any easier this afternoon. Wind picking up again here in Ontario. Rain starting to come down a little harder. That will not deter Clinton Terry, though. They have the best run of the day in the modified so far. They ran a 52 and change before. The green flag is up. And Fear Not is off. And it's going to be another clean run for the Fear Not boat. And look at that time. 51.881, 51.881. Clinton Terry and the Fear Not boat in it to win it. Talking to Terry earlier this weekend, talking to Clint earlier this weekend, Clinton said he wasn't sure if he was going to make it to this final race, and then looking at the point standing and said, hey, I want to win this thing. He said, I want to be the champion in the modified class, and he's not holding back here in Ontario. This is 509B, Bad Ideas, Levi Lathrop and Matt Lynch. They've got one clean run today of just under a minute, looking for their second one here. The green flag is up. And here they go. That's going to be a clean run. Very nicely done by the Bad Idea boat. It's their best run of the day, 57.315. And you can see them being unloaded off their Jeep. You see those Jolly Rogers flags down at the boat ramp. This is boat number 208, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. Looking to make their mark here. 2 DNFs so far, but not deterred. They're ready to go. And here they go. And that's going to be a clean run. .771 for the Jolly Rogers 208 boat. Juggernaut racing in the water now, Jason and Sam. They ran about a 54.5 going into the lunch hour, hoping to beat that here in the 86 boat. Green flag is up, and Juggernaut is off and running. And another clean run. .861 for Juggernaut Racing's 86 boat. They're so good.
I love the colors and everything.
Me too. So Jason and Sam are going to take over the best time of the day so far in the modified class. Got to feel really good after that run.
If people will be putting tarps up on the back end of those.
Oh yeah.
Oh God. Well, if I was them, if they had that place, I'd bring those overhead heaters.
Hell yeah. Those are the best.
Yeah. Last time was like overhead fucking fans.
You know. Have you ever been to Deadwood, South Dakota? No. So it's kind of like, if you want to call it the Vegas of South Dakota, because it's the old West town, Deadwood. But they have they have their own little strip, and because the winners are so there, all the sidewalks have overhead heat on the berms of all the casinos and stuff.
Or electric.
I think it's electric. So, but it's pretty cool because you can be walking around there in 0 degrees and you've got the heat coming down.
I've seen a lot of pictures of Deadwood. It's beautiful.
It's cool. I've gone on vacation there. I went hiking in that area, stayed in a cabin. It's wonderful.
I want to go there. I want to do, well, I definitely want to hike through all their pine country. It's beautiful.
It is absolutely beautiful.
I've never been there, but it's gorgeous.
It is. Slippery Pickle coming out now. It's Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. They're in the 611 boat.
They're not there, but they're not there.
Or working on coming out, rather. They're on the clock, so that 5-minute timer ticking down. So while they're on the clock, we're going to move on to our next boat as they work to get ready. Three minutes remaining on that clock for the 611 boat. So while they work to get into the water, Full Tilt Racing is going to come back out, the 03B version of the Full Tilt team. This is Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor, mom and daughter, looking for their first clean run together here in Ontario. The green flag is up. And going full tilt out of the gate, Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor looking for that first clean run this afternoon. Scarlett and Sophia doing a much better job of navigating this tricky track on the third round of qualifying. Headed towards the home stretch, and that is going to be a clean run for Full Tilt Racing's Scarlett and Sophia Taylor, their first clean run of the weekend. 66.110. And they'd hit just about the 2-minute warning, but it looks like Slippery Pickle is able to get in the water. Gotcha. And while they're getting ready, Nut Deep's going to go. Jay Correa and Gina Dell, the 71 boat here, Nut Deep, looking for their first clean run, and here they go.
Running out there. Look at all that sediment coming off of everywhere. That was the first race.
So Nut Deep ran into a couple issues there on those turns, and it's going to be a DNF. They've got another shot, though, for a clean run coming up in the fourth round. Our Island Hopper is going to double check the eyes for our timing team. What are the eyes, you may ask? Well, they're exactly that. They are the eyes for our timers. cameras that watch when these boats take off from the starting line and reach the finish line. You'll see them in those black tunnel deals at the starting and finish lines. All the runs are recorded on the eyes because it has not been uncommon this year for races to have been decided by tenths of a second. It's actually happened in the last 2 races.
Slippery as I'm on this round.
Bank shot in the water now in the 400 class. Daryl Healy and Andy Ostrom in the number 12 boat. And the 400 class begins their 3rd round of qualifiers. And it's going to be a DNF right out of the gates. So a DNF there for bank shot as a turn was missed early on in that run, but they do have 1 clean run today.
I'm all right, thank you. Go get your water. Coffee sounds wonderful. I appreciate you.
The wind really ripping through the Ontario Speedway. Biting this afternoon. You can only imagine how that's got to feel on these racers and navigators' faces as that water sprays up at them, rain coming down on them, cold wind biting as they reach speeds anywhere between 6, 7, even 8 Gs at times. The green flag is up and straight sideways is off. And it'll be a DNF. So back-to-back DNFs to start the 400s. And again, very possible the weather playing a critical role in that. This wind blowing so hard on these boats. And these drivers and navigators only having milliseconds to make decisions. Not an easy task today at all. Boat 711 in the water now. This is Hooligans, Jesse Hart and Michelle Hart. They have 2 clean runs so far, both in that 61-62 second range. Trying to beat it here. And 7-Eleven's going to have a clean run for the Hooligans there. So 3 runs so far today, three clean runs. That's going to be their best one of the day. 57.141.
Black, buddy.
I like it, thank you. Hey, could you do me a huge favor, Randy? Randy, down here, there's a door kind of popped open. So whatever they discussed at lunch, they figured something out there, trimming almost 5 seconds off their previous time. So a very good run there for the 7-Eleven boat.
Starting to run low on it.
Preventing insanity in the water now, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Coming off their best run of the day. They ran under 50 seconds to wrap up their second round of qualifiers in the 27 boat. The green flag is up. And the black and red are off for their third round. Leighton never wanted to hold back. We'll see if he can break that 49-second mark here. And it's a clean run, and it looks like he was able to do just that. .924, that's a best run of the day in the 400 class. Very nicely done there by the 27 boat. Psycho racing in the water now. This is the 151 boat. Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver out for their third time today. Coming off of a clean run in the second round. And here they go. There's a clean run for Psycho Racing. Looks like that's going to be a best time of the weekend for their boat as well. 57.307 the official time there for Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver. And fans, the Ontario Speedway wants to send out a very loud shout out to Pepsi. A big thank you for everything you've done for us to help put on these events this year. We also want to thank Cat Rental Store, STIHL, VP Race Fuel, Simplot, TNT Signs, Richard Ragsdale Photography, Jack Bright Family, Mick Reynolds family, Lifeway Center, the City of Ontario, and the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. Wanted to take a moment to give all those great folks a shout out, helping us put on these events for you. Thank you so much for helping make this possible. Looks like some issues being assessed at one of the boats down on the ramp. Meanwhile, the 360 boat finds its way into the water. This is Jolly Rogers Racing as well. Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer. Chris and Jen, 2 runs so far today, both of them clean. Their last one very good, just over 52.5 seconds. The green flag is raised. And they're off. And they jump the island there, find their way onto the beach, and it's going to be a DNF. Thankfully able to keep right side up. Coming in for a smooth landing after a couple of hops there. Kind of skipped their boat across that island. So that's going to be the first DNF of the day for the 360 boat. But again, they are coming off of a very good run just before that, so still in good shape. As we're about 2/3 through the day. And for folks that are watching on YouTube, it is just as bitter out here as it may look online. There is a chill in the air, some rain, wind. The previous race in Ontario, the second ASBR race of the season, was definitely the hottest weather of the year for these teams. The hottest and sunniest. And it has been countered this weekend with the coldest by far. But not every race can be rainbows and butterflies. That would just make it too easy for these guys. They need a challenge and they're ready for it. Another challenge as these races go on, with how saturated the islands have become, and whenever our boats clip them, they're pulling more and more dirt, grass, and grime down into the water. It muddies it up a little bit, and you can bet that that has a big effect on not only the speed, but the control of these machines as well. So just about ready to resume here as the 360 boat heads back towards the pits. Didn't look like there was any damage suffered there on that DNF. It looked pretty clean when they caught those islands. No doubt, though, they'll still check things over, make sure everything's good to go in the fourth round of qualifiers. Our island hoppers all back into position. Boat 285 in the water now. Pure insanity. River Rogers, his navigator, Cole. They've got one clean run today in the first round of 58.158. Looking for a second clean run here. The green flag is up, and here they go. Looking good so far. In their highlighter orange 285 boat. One of just a handful left in the 400 class. That's going to be their best run of the weekend to this point for pure insanity. .869, the official time there for River and Cole, their best time of the day by far, shaving nearly 5 seconds off their first qualifying clean run. .85 in the water now. This is the Nucken Futz boat. Brad Castle, Dakota Hembaugh. 2 clean runs so far. And here they go. We were telling you a little earlier that Brad is a rookie racer. This is his first year, just his second race. Tested out this boat for the first time in Port Angeles in early September. He told me about what it was like when he finally got to buy that boat and then got parts from all around the Pacific Northwest to get that thing up and running. I'm pretty sure he got parts from Idaho, Oregon, and Washington to get this thing going. You can see that boat getting weighed down by all that muck in the water, but still staying on track. And they come to a slow stop and slide up onto the island for a DNF.
Yeah.
And just a disclaimer, racing fans and media, please, if you have not signed a disclaimer as a media member, please do not enter the hot track area. That is a exclusive media area that needs to have paperwork signed to be in there. Just looking out for your safety. And for our secretary. So the 85 boat getting some assistance, and they're back up and running, so they'll make their way back in. Definitely ran into a few issues there going around the track. They tried to keep it going, though, because even though they definitely weren't in line for their best time of the day, you still want to take advantage of every time you can do this rotation, memorize it as best you can. Unfortunately, still ran into a DNF there. but still a solid showing so far on the day for the 85 boat. Mine too, I had to put it away, but yours is more important than mine. But you got a Dell, so you're good. Dells are like the iPhone of 1996. Fair enough. Fans, Ontario Speedway and the American Sprint Boat Racing Series would like to thank KDM Enterprise, the dirt work company who is also the co-owner of Ontario Speedway. We want to thank Dusty McReynolds again, who helped build this track with help from friends and family. We also want to send a thank you out to D&D Socials Company for marketing this event. She did this with her small, local, and new social media marketing company, so thank you so much. And we're back underway with live wire racing in the water now. The navigator Von Trapp pointing driver Matt towards the flagger. That green flag is raised. And here they go. And it's a clean run. Under a minute that time for live wire racing, 59.947. One more boat here in the 400s for this third round of qualifiers. This is Stephen and Randy Church hyping each other up as they get ready to take their third shot at a clean run here. And they're off. That's going to be a clean run. Third time's the charm there for Bad Influence. Their first clean run of the day, a solid time of 56.312. A nice way to wrap up the third round of qualifiers in the 400 class. Unlimited class up next. The 99M boat on the clock as they look to get running. After the unlimited classes qualifier here, there's going to be just one more round for the day for each of these classes. And they're able to get in before time expires. Plenty of time left for TNT Racing's 99M boat. So Tim and Mike taking their third shot at this number 3 rotation here in Ontario, looking to get that first clean run. The green flag is raised, and they are off. And that is going to be a DNF. Jolly Rogers making their way into the water now. The 39M boat, Eric Werner and Tina Huff, they have 2 clean runs today. Eric and Tina with the best time of the day in the unlimited class at this point. 48.305. as they get themselves positioned at the boat launch, idling on up towards the starting line. The flagger raises his green flag, and here they go. .39M with a clean run. Best time of the day so far, 46.797. That 39M boat looking good so far. Bootlegger in the water now, the 33M boat. Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. They're looking for their first clean run of the day. As they make their third run at rotation 3. Looking good so far. Just one more turn. There it is. That's going to be a clean run. .53.535, the official time there for Bootlegger's 33M boat. Nicely done there by Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. Handled the rotation very well that last run. Here's Bad Habit in the water now, the 36 boat. The white and green boat, black and white American flag on the side, and here they go. Scott and Jalen Rapp looking for their first clean run of the day as well here. But they're going to have to wait one more round to try and get it, as that is going to be a DNF. Clock running once again in the boat launch now for the 151M boat, Psycho Racing. So they are on the clock as they try to get themselves in the water. So with Psycho Racing on the clock, it's going to be Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson coming out instead for Wicked. 2 clean runs so far today for the number 10 boat. One of which was under 50 seconds. Best time once again though belongs to the Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. They're at under 47 seconds today. See if Wicked Racing can top that here. The green flag is up. And Wicked hits the gas. Fishtailing a little bit around a few of those corners, but holding on. Trying to get that third clean run. And it's a clean run for Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. So Wicked Racing shaves about a half second off their previous best time, coming in at a 49.306. Clock continuing to tick down for the 151M Psycho Racing boat. Just 2 minutes for them to make their way into the water if they do not want a did not start. So the DNF, the did not finish, of course, when you do not finish after starting your round. DNS, it did not start if you are unable to get yourself into the water and up to the starting line within your 5 minutes of allotted time. Wind gusts continuing here in Ontario between 10 to 15 miles an hour. It's going to be a recurring theme throughout the weekend as we're expecting similar winds tomorrow, hopefully without the precipitation though. 1 minute now on the 5-minute clock for the Psycho Racing boat. So with that, boat 35M is going to go ahead and take their turn. It's Kiwi Racing's Chris Monroe and Katie Monroe. Idling up towards that starting line. Green flag is up, and here they go. The 35 boat had a very solid run right before lunch, just over 52 seconds. See if they can beat that here. Also, word coming down that the 151M Psycho Racing boat will not be racing in this third round of qualifiers, so they'll try to make their way back out for the fourth qualifier. And that's going to be a clean run for the Kiwi boat. And look at that time, very solid. The Kiwis coming in, splashing some of their onlookers. 47.744, nicely done by the 35 boat. Just 2 boats left now in the unlimited class before we go into our final round of qualifiers for the day. .66M in the water now. Dylan Cummins and Mike Kurtzy. Green flag is up. Here they go. And that is going to be a DNF. Oh yeah, everything I have is not laminated, so. Our final boat in the unlimited class is third round of qualifiers in the water now. Jolly Rogers Racing, the 556 boat, Dustin Springer and Don Davis. Looking for their second clean run right here. Under 61 seconds in their first round of qualifying. And that is going to be a DNF. So the first three rounds of qualifiers complete here in Ontario now. Our final round of qualifiers this Saturday coming up here in just a moment. Island hoppers going out, checking the eyes to make sure that those cameras are able to time these boats correctly. All right, looks like everything's up and running correctly. Our modified boats getting prepared on the launch again. This their final shot of the first day of qualifiers. Here round 4 of 6. Again, the top 8 finishers in each class move on to the eliminations tomorrow afternoon. 6 qualifiers lead up to that. 4 today, 2 tomorrow morning. Selden Glebe and Jonathan Fulton getting ready to start the 4th qualifier here momentarily. Officials just verifying that they've got all their restraints buckled in completely. Check out the hot dog stand and you can be. Full tilt racing in the water now, the 03A boat. A DNF in the 3rd qualifier, but they did have a couple of clean runs this morning. Their best time today, just over 62 seconds, seeing if they can get under that here. Green flag is up. And the final round of today's qualifiers are underway. And a nice day at the office for Full Tilt's 03A boat with a clean run to wrap things up for their first day of racing. And they are able to break the 1 minute mark there with a 59.304. Again, the first time, Selden and Jonathan having a chance to partner up, and it's a good day with 3 clean runs. 6:23 in the water now. Fear Not Racing's Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. They have 3 clean runs today. Can they get a 4th here? We will see. Under 52 seconds in their last run. And this boat is for sale, so if you're looking at getting into the sprint boat business, be sure to talk to the Fear Not team. A very good boat. They had a great season with it. And another clean run, and that's going to be their best run of the day. .803 for Clint and Terry there. They got better and better every round today. This morning they started things off with just under 60 seconds, finishing the day with just over 50 seconds, so trimming almost 10 seconds off their time throughout the day, putting themselves in great shape for tomorrow. The 509B boat in the water now. This is Bad Ideas, Levi Lathrop and Matt Lynch. The green flag is up. And they're off. That's going to be a clean run for Bad Idea. .476, the official time there. The best of the day for Bad Idea. Never a bad idea to end things with your best. .208 in the water now, one of our Jolly Rogers boats, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. We're finally able to conquer this rotation in their last run. They had their first clean run of the day, a 57.771. This rotation in particular, been a bit of a bear as it seems to have a lot of loop-de-loops around it. And this is not the kind of weather to try and learn it in for the first time. That is going to be a DNF. So the 208 boat's going to settle for one clean run today, but they'll have have 2 more chances to improve on their 57 and change time tomorrow before the elimination rounds begin. If you want to check out the current point standings for the ASBR Pro Racing Series, be sure to check out asbracing.com. You can take a look at the past races for this season, check out how your favorite race teams line up with the rest of the pack, and what kind of a shot they have at bringing home the championship in their respective class. This is one of those very talented teams coming out right now, the 86 boat, Juggernaut Racing. Coming off of a 51.861 in their last round. The green flag is up. And the blue and green are off. That's going to be a clean run. And they're able to trim off just a tish more for their best run of the day. 51.589. So the weather has not let up, but definitely these racers getting more and more comfortable with this rotation. I guess more and more comfortable with this weather, though I don't know how easy that is to do. Either that or they all just want to go somewhere warm soon, so they're speeding things up here in the final round. The American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series, again, would like to thank VP Racing Fuels for being with us, the fuel provider for the ASBR. And thank you to STIHL, as the ASBR Pro Racing Series is powered by STIHL for the 2023 season. This is Slippery Pickle. Boat 611. Looking for their first clean run of the day. That's going to be a DNF. So the Slippery Pickle, a little too slippery in the first round of qualifiers today. They're going to look to turn things around tomorrow. They will have a couple more chances to qualify, as they hope to come out strong in day 2 tomorrow morning. A couple chances left still to make that elimination round. O3B in the water now, full tilt, Scarlett and Sophia. From up here, I could hear Scarlett talking to her, making sure she was ready. Green flag is up. And they're off. And that's going to be a clean run for Full Tilt's 03B combo of Scarlett and Sophia Taylor. And they get her done in under a minute that time at 59.385. Lots of best times for the day for our individual race teams here in the fourth round of qualifiers. Nut deep in the water now. The 71 boat, Jay Correa, Gina Dahl. Looking for their first clean run of the day. The green flag is up and they are off. Spinning around, they're going to catch the island there. It looks like that is going to be a DNF. Tried to correct themselves there, were not able to, just started to catch the island there on the back end of their boat and spun on for a DNF. That's going to wrap up their day of racing. So our island hoppers will heave-ho the 71 boat back into the water here. And that was the last boat in the modifieds for this afternoon's events. Folks, there's still time if you're hungry. Head on over to Chubby Hot Dogs to grab yourself a bite before we wrap things up this afternoon. Warm up at the coffee stand as well. Lazy S Coffee Coast trailer. Also help out the Ontario School District at their fundraising booth. They're selling candy and drinks there. And Curb Appetites here as well. They're a local food vendor that was brought back by popular demand. Got that ice cream trailer down there. And also don't forget about Propolis, the local small town brand that represents any jet-powered enthusiast. Water jet powered enthusiast, that is. Our island hoppers checking things over with the Nut Deep boat, making sure they're good to go to get back in. And as soon as they have returned safely, we'll resume racing with the 400 class. So it's been a day in Ontario where nothing's come easy. A challenging rotation, lots of twists and turns. Some not ideal weather, but the ASBR teams have stayed competitive throughout the day. It'll be the 400 class coming out now. Bank Shot will be starting things off in the number 12 boat. They've got one clean run so far today. It was a little under 62.5 seconds. The best time of the 400 class so far, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer of Preventing Insanity had a real good run on the third qualifier. All right, so Bank Shot in the water now. Daryl Healy, Andy Ostrom. Wanting to wrap up their day on a high note. Hoping for a clean run, hoping to beat their previous best time of 62.374, and here they go. And that's going to be a clean run, and a good one at that. Easily the best run of the day for Bank Shot's team. 56.125 for the number 12 boat. So they're able to shave off a little more than 6 seconds off of their previous high today. All right, in the water now, we've got straight sideways in the 44 boat, Dan Hatch and Wendy Wright. Green flag is up. And here they go. And they'll cruise into the finish line with a clean run. And their best time of the day. .480 for straight sideways. That's quite the improvement. They were just under 64.5 seconds for their previous best, now under 55.5, so another nice wrap up for one of our racing teams this afternoon. We find ourselves about halfway through this final qualifying round of today with boat 711 in the water now. Flagger raises that green flag slowly. And they are off. Hooligans wrapping up their day with a clean run as well. Also a personal best for the day for Hooligans, 56.284. A very nice showing today, 4 clean runs. These conditions didn't seem to affect Jesse and Michelle Hart at all. Boat 27 in the water, preventing insanity. This is Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Leighton with the best run in the 400 class today, 47.924. Can he do even better in the final round of qualifiers today? We will find out. And that is going to be a clean run. .220, another awesome run there by Preventing Insanity. Wrapping up a very solid day of 4 clean runs in 4 qualifying rounds for the 27 boat. Psycho Racing in the water now, the 151 boat. Cole and Theron making their final run of the day. Ran under 57.5 in the third qualifier. That's going to be a clean run. So 55.714, the official time there for Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver of Psycho Racing. And yes, that is another team or boat best for the day. Cole and Theron running their best round there. .85 in the water now. This is Nuck and Futz. They DNF'd on their last round, hoping to end the day with a clean run. And they get hung up on the island there. If they're able to break free, they still have a chance at a clean run, but it looks like they're in there pretty solid. They're pretty wedged in, so that is going to be a DNF.
I want to thank those of you who have joined us today. It is a miserable day here, probably the most miserable day of live streaming I've ever done, with the rain and the really incessant wind here. But we'll be wrapping up today's broadcasting probably within the next 30 minutes, and we'll be back again tomorrow. I do want to apologize that the internet is so poor. not much I can really do about it. We're stuck with Starlink internet, and it is very up and down with the upload speed. So we're going to do what we can, but hopefully next year when we're back here, we'll have something better than Starlink. Thanks for joining us today.
And race fans, we would like to remind you that at the Ontario Speedway, this is a one-way traffic event. Our traffic flows into the venue from Golf Course Road. To exit, you're going to want to make sure you drive to the north side of the venue and depart at the Pepsi signs that say exit at the gate. So just a reminder for when things wrap up today, there is a one-way setup to keep us from getting into a traffic jam. So again, north side of the venue when we wrap things up. From that point, you'll end up following the dirt road out to 4th Avenue. You'll turn right and then head back to the highway. This helps to keep our event from having traffic jams on the narrow Golf Course Road. So the 85 boat back in the water now. They'll just make sure that it is able to get started back up to come back into shore. So a couple of clean runs to start the day for the 85 boats. Not as much luck here in the second half of the day. They'll have a couple more chances tomorrow, though, to improve on their time. Brad Castle and Dakota Hempbaugh will finish the day with a personal high of 60.184. Boat 360 in the water now. Jolly Rogers, Chris and Jen Farmer. Their best time so far today, 52.5 seconds. 52.510 to be exact. Coming off a DNF, so they're going to want to right their wrongs to have a clean run to wrap up the day today. Seeing if they can beat 52.5, which was quite the improvement from their first run in the first round of qualifiers anyway. They shaved 8 seconds off their qualifying mode 1 round time of 60.5. That's going to be a clean run for the 360 boat. That's how you want to finish the day at the office. Very nicely done. $52.545. 3 boats left here in the 400 class before we move into our final class of the afternoon. Boat 285 in the water now, Pure Insanity. They had their best run of the day in the third qualifier, going just under 54 seconds. The green flag is up, and Pure Insanity makes their last run at things for the afternoon. And that's going to be a clean run for the 285 boat, finishing the day at under 49 seconds, 48.962. Very nicely done for River and Cole. That's their best run of the day. Live wire in the water now, the 02 boat. They're just under a minute in their last round of qualifying. Green flag is up. And Matt Jensen and Von Trapp will take their last shot at this number 3 rotation for the afternoon. And it is going to be a DNF for the Port Angeles Racing Duo. One boat left now in the 400s. Boat 156 in the water now. This is Bad Influence, Stephen and Randy Church. They're able to conquer this rotation for the first time in the third qualifier. Green flag is up. And here they go. and that is going to be a DNF. But a pretty slick looking one at that. Kind of reminded me of being a kid, riding your bicycle and then skidding to a stop in front of your house, doing a little spin around there. Once again, a decent little photo opportunity for you as well to check out that boat. Also, don't forget, you can check out Bad Influence's YouTube stream as well. They got all sorts of videos on there. Check that out the other day, lots of good stuff. Lots of videos of this track here in Ontario, actually, so be sure to check that out. And the island hoppers making it look easy as they're able to get the 156 boat back into the water. Something that's sticking out right away. If you were here at the race earlier this summer, we had a lot drier conditions in those islands. The boats, when they would catch them, they really kind of were able to more or less bounce off them a little bit or skid across them. These wet conditions, you can notice the islands are almost kind of grabbing those boats as soon as they catch them. So the weather definitely having a significant impact on our race teams today. Qualifiers in the morning, so he'll still have a chance to get into the finals.
Who's going to get these from tomorrow?
So the gal over there, Melody, she is the secretary. She prints those off. Yep. So, or even, I'll ask for a couple of them, and if you want to just come up here and find me, I can have some for you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so got 9 of them. This
Cool,
guy's
that's
just
a good
not here
amount.
today.
Yeah. That's a good number for a good challenge too. So.
For sure. So a DNF wraps up the day for the 400 class. And just one class remaining this afternoon. Ironically, feeling like it's getting a little bit brighter out, like the sun might want to peek out a little bit as soon as we wrap up. TNT Racing will be first out in the unlimited class, the 99M boat. Still looking for their first clean run today. Tim Cummings and Mike Kurtzy wanting to end the day on a high note. The green flag is up, and here they go. qualifying, the 99 M boat able to pull off the clean run. 54.016. Tim and Mike celebrating in the spin out pool there for a second. Happy to end the day with a clean run. .39M in the water now. Jolly Rogers Racing's Eric Warner and Tina Huff. They have the best time today. Under 47 seconds in the third qualifier. Here they go. And that is going to be a clean run, ladies and gentlemen, and a 46.688 will be a personal best and a class high for Jolly Rogers in the unlimited class in the 39M boat, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Down to our last handful of boats this afternoon. Bootleggers working on getting ready. The wind pushing them into the bank there temporarily, but they're able to straighten things back out. Ron Gallagher, your driver. Josh Reynolds, his navigator. Ran over just over a 53.5 in the third round of qualifiers. It was their first clean run of the day. The green flag is up as they idle on out, and they're off. That was close, but it's going to be a clean run. When they went to take that last corner there, or just about that last corner, coming around right by the spin-out pool, looked like they might catch the eye there, but they were able to hang on, get the clean run of 52.648, their best run of the day. A common theme, saving the best for last this afternoon throughout the race classes. Scott and Jalen Rapp in the water now. They're looking for their first clean run of the day in the Bad Habit boat. green flag is raised. And the 36 boat, their final shot of the afternoon for a clean run. Again, the combination of so many twists and turns on this particular rotation, not a whole lot of straightaways, combined with some adverse weather has made it quite the challenge for our racers this afternoon, but we've seen a much better showing in the second half of the day throughout all three classes. However, it is going to be a DNF there, so the Bad Habit boat will look to change their fortunes tomorrow morning. They'll have 2 more chances in the morning to make it to the elimination rounds. A season that started in the heat of the summer in late July in Port Angeles, Washington, wrapping up here as we make our way into October. So a definite change of the season's experience for all of these teams. Here's the 151 boat, STIHL Racing, Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. The green flag is up, and they're off for their final run of the day. This again, our 4th and final event of the year for the ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by STIHL. This season had 2 races in Port Angeles and then 2 in Ontario. Excited to add more events next season. The big news coming out this year, Yakima will be putting in a track at the state fairgrounds, at the Yakima Fairgrounds. And that's going to be a clean run. And that's the exciting news for STIHL Racing, is that's going to be their best run of the day, a 48.210. Wicked Racing getting ready for their final shot this afternoon as well. Dan and Sammy having a good day here in Ontario. They've been under 55 seconds, clean runs in all 3 qualifiers so far this afternoon. Our flagger watching raises his green flag. And here they go. So what's been a promising day so far is going to end with a DNF. but 3 very strong runs leading up to it for the Wicked Racing boat. So this is just, again, an opportunity to show their boat off to the crowd. Our island hoppers getting a quick little jog in. Probably thrilled not to be in the water this time. So the DNF there for Dan and Sammy, but again, under 55 seconds for all their runs leading up to that. Their best run today, 49.306, so they're still going to be in great shape going into tomorrow morning.
Earlier this summer when they had us out here, it was our hottest race of the year. Total change. Yeah, I know. I've been waltzing back and forth. I felt like I've been a stand-up comic for half the day because I've been walking back and forth talking, just trying to stay warm. Well, with it being their newest track, they're still kind of working on it. So next year they're going to have a booth for me, hopefully. So that'll make it a lot easier. It's kind of hard to put through this to really talk about anybody right now because everything's blowing around because I can either hold on to the mic or hold on to this. So got to pick your battles today, you know. See you, man. See you in the morning. I'll get those sheets for you, okay? Yep.
All right, so Wicked Racing back in the water now. They'll find their way back to the launch, and then it's going to be just a couple more boats this afternoon. So the day is done for the number 10 boat, but again, a solid day of racing regardless of the final qualifying round there. Boat 35 in the water now. This is Kiwi, Chris Monroe and Katie Monroe. Under 48 seconds in their last run. How are they going to finish things out this afternoon? It's going to be a clean run. That's how they're going to finish things out. Excellent time there, too. Look at the score on that one. 45.466. What a run. So boat 35, Kiwi Racing's Chris Monroe and Katie Monroe have themselves the best time of the day in the unlimited class. And just one boat remaining here this afternoon. So our final boat of the day, the 66M boat, TNT Racing's Dylan Cummings and Mike Kurtzy. And here they go. One clean run for them so far today, just under 62 seconds. Hoping to wrap up the day with an even stronger showing. And that's going to be a clean run, and the day will end with another personal best time for one of our teams. 54.014, and that is going to wrap things up for day one of the fourth and final event of the 2023 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. Be sure to join us tomorrow morning, folks. The action will start again at 10 a.m. with two final qualifiers. After those qualifiers, it is going to be the elimination rounds, and following those elimination rounds, we will find out who will be crowned a champion in their respective class for the 2023 American Sprint Boat Racing Series. Thank you again to all of our sponsors that helped make this possible today, and thank you to our island hoppers and countless volunteers as well. And most of all, thank you, fans, for coming out and joining us. We can't wait to see you right back here tomorrow, and we look forward to welcoming our friends at MAV TV as well. So again, same time, same place tomorrow. Thank you, and drive safe.
All right, folks, that's going to do it from Ontario, Oregon. and the Ontario Speedway. We're going to be stopping the stream here in just a moment, and we'll be back here again live tomorrow. And I do want to apologize once again for the crappy internet, but it just is what it is. We can't control that right now. It's the only internet option we had for this race, and it was that or nothing. So have a great day, folks, and we'll see you tomorrow.